Okay, we're live. I meant to get back on a week or two ago, a while ago, but I got quite sick. I'm still coughing a lot, so I will try to mute the mic before that if that happens, but apologies in advance. One of the things that I had intended to do before the end of the event was turn in all of these yokai coins that I collected because I got all of them that I could. But because I couldn't stream because I was sick, I completely forgot to go turn them in before the end of the event. So now I have all of these slots taken up by these silly coins until they happen to run the yokai event again, which may not be for a few years if they do it at all. So, rip my inventory, I guess. Oh well. More importantly, where we left off, we had just found Papalimo and Ida and heard about the Griffin's plans for trying to free Alamigo. And we're trying to get an outfit from this guy so we can blend in. Not all problems can be solved with a fistful of gil. For the rest, one must needs resort to a sack. Time to put on our garbage. I still have the old ones. That book and these gloves and the boots, just ignore all that stuff.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you were planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
The famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
There's no way that could end poorly.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honourable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none. Courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
The graphics update makes me even cuter.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
I do remember. It was all the way back in ARR. We had to get antelope horns and took them to Buscaron to try to get him to make medicine, but he already had some made, so we took what he already had made to the guy. Yeah, I remember. Let's get real clothes back on. Hi, Thancred. Let's go.
This isn't right. The Immortal would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. Killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life, one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent. Defend me!
I sense you were for more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
See, that's not fair. Your carbuncle can't do stuff like that.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
Here we go. Whoop. He came back. Ugh. Oh my gosh, this guy.
It ends. Now. It ends. Now.
chains.
The chains!
You snake. You would betray us as well.
You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast under his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes.
Betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him
My
villain.
path is unchanged. My creed
path is
sacrosanct.
unchanged, my creed
I believe
sacrosanct.
with all my
This
heart.
I believe with
But
all
say,
my
warrior
heart.
of darkness,
But
and
say,
speak
warrior
true.
of
What
darkness,
dost thou
and
believe?
speak true. What
The
dost
rendering
thou
up the
believe?
souls of thy world
That
in
rendering up the
service to the
souls of thy
rejoining
world
will
in
grant it
service to the rejoining
salvation.
will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12, Oriange!
12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alf.
Mine apologies, Master
That the
Alphino.
brightest light might shine.
That the brightest light might
Duty did compel
shine.
me to walk in
Duty did
darkest
compel me
shade.
to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had
I
turned against
was
us.
almost willing to believe you had turned against
I
us.
expect a full explanation when this is
I
over.
expect
For
a
now,
full
may I assume
explanation
you
when
have
this is
turned your
over.
cloak for
For
the
now,
last time?
may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Thou mayest, my lady.
By thy leave.
By thy leave.
My group likes books, apparently.
Even odds then.
No
We'll
matter.
crush the lot of you in one
We'll
fell
crush the
swoop.
lot of you in one fell swoop.
Understood.
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have
Hearken to
one
me.
chance.
We only have one chance.
Channel your ether into my blade that I might
Channel
strike
your
before the mage
to my
casts
blade.
his
I might
spell.
strike before the mage casts
I
his
cannot
spell.
do that. But together,
I cannot
together
do
we
it
can
but
defeat them.
Together we can defeat them.
Make ready, they come!
Make ready, they come.
The ether, it's not enough.
Nope, nope. Oh no. Nope. Don't interrupt me. I need to do this. Got it.
Tis done. With this blade I banish the darkness.
Not like this.
Alize, are you hurt?
Dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die. And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die. Finished.
Finished.
Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Have you ever considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean like the Asians?
Crystals?
Just
You
so.
mean
As
like the
flee
Asians?
under the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness.
Just
so
so.
did warriors come
As the
here
Asians
with
flee
crystals
under
of
the
light.
rift twixt plains with crystal darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. I, like the Asians, we too are
Eloquent.
beyond death.
Always.
You cannot
I,
take that which is
like the
eternal.
Asians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal. Wait!
Such methods as the Asians employ require the renunciation of the flesh.
Such methods as the Asians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to.
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives.
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives.
We were just adventurers trying to make our way. And our job here, faded there, we never aspired to be warriors of light.
We were just adventurers trying to make our way. And our job here, a favor that we never aspired
And
to be warriors of
calling us
light.
heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders.
The idea
Bid us
spread,
fight for all that was good
and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right.
We fought and we fought until there was no one left to fight. We won.
We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
We did everything right.
You will
Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
not falter.
You of all people should understand.
Destruction. And
We
never
cannot
us.
will not fall. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and we must save it.
I've died before, Albert. Not afraid to die again.
I've died before, Albert. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we rise and carry on fight.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embrace the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis, guide my hand.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embrace the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis, guide and I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon capricious spindle. Quickly, thou must needs invoke the power of the crystal.
Captain Planet. Wait, no.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow.
Mother Hydlin,
Oh my
hearken
dear
unto your
children.
children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light.
Mother Hydlin,
In this
hearken
desperate
unto
hour
your
we do
plea.
beseech your
From
intercession.
two
We
worlds
beg
do we
an
gather,
audience with
from
the
two
word of the mother.
offer
With
a
your
bounty.
chosen Minfilia.
In this desperate hour we beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother. With your chosen Minfilia.
Cries go not unheard. There are sacrifices unnoticed. Many are lost. There are those we can yet save. Whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world has grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. Blessed children of the first, time to your world, the light of your world has grown blinding in its radiance, the light which rises not yet absolute. As darkness wants
I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it. As darkness once did drown another.
Now we deign to answer our prayers? I will for this farce no longer!
As the Asians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hyde. But for the boon you have granted her,
As the Asians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will,
that I might
so
serve
too
her,
must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her,
your sacrifice,
she has grown strong enough to set me free. I might serve as her emissary.
we will not let the first fall to
Your
light.
suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications. She has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light.
Thank you, Urianche, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
Thank you, Urianche, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength, longsword. And in treating with the Asians, I learnt of a star like unto our own.
They even have a Lalafell healer.
Doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves. First,
At the last, that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I
full long did I search for means to save this world. At the last, that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals.
Yet I knew from the beginning that
And
this
thus did I
salvation
learn
would
to
not come
set
without sacrifice.
light against dark.
The instrument of the first deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither
I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not sacrifice.
forever.
For the instrument of the first deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither,
Set her away.
there to remain, up forever.
One life for
You
one world.
orchestrated all of this, not
Such was the
her.
darkest
Set
and
away.
the calling, though it were not mine to spend.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the calling, though it were not mine to spend.
We not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding bore witness to the joys and sorrows of this land. Each and every one of you knows my heart.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal,
I pay
and
gladly.
at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land?
Bilbo,
Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay,
My dearest
I
son,
pay it gladly.
you who have ever watched over me,
You would go alone then?
I am truly grateful for all you have done for her. As with my
My
heart,
dearest Thancred,
your kindness,
you who have ever watched over me,
your love,
I am truly grateful for all you have done on my
and
behalf.
our gifts to them,
My fatherly,
for the bond
your kindness,
transcends time and space.
your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends
I forget
time
what
and
the
space.
child I was. Make me proud.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew.
Inside, watched
Be
as the
proud.
nurtured and kept safe the light of the door.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's
The
side,
dark recesses of the world hide
watched as you
untold
nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn.
Thus do I trust to you, Duke's Marty. I pray you, keep to the
The
path.
dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I
Louis
trust
Sua's
you,
staff.
Tubsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have known it.
seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is nothing else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. You have us placed our trust in you and ask of you. Take us home. Take us home.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home.
We would like to be true once society is as one thought. Like, no, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them.
We were blind to the truth once, so we had to leave it as one to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see it came from us. Please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Strange feeling. Times I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday,
It is a strange feeling.
when I have found a way to free this
So
dark
many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Louis.
Well, things happening on a whole nother shard. Poor Thancred. Doesn't say anything different. Oops. You thought we were going to get Minfilia back? Yeah, nope, not so much. She is quite beyond our reach now. There you are. It's been an entire expansion, yes, Ida. Something weird with Ida. First Winfilia gets weird and vanishes, and then Urianger gets weird and acts like he's on the other team. And now Ida's weird. Why can't any of my friends be normal? That's Minfilia's mom. Adoptive mom, but that was Minfilia's mom.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since Alton and Breda.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered.
Not since Alton and Breda.
May take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carried.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves.
While I am grateful to our friends in the North for their hospitality, it is not good to be back.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the North for their hospitality, it isn't off good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the North brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my...
Welcome to the Scions, Cryo.
Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Essence?
You will always be welcome here, Cryle.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Assyrians?
Now, would be disrespectful of the wishes. She entrusted matters here to us.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former.
Very well.
But I think you far better suited
Then
to
out of
this.
love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papanino and I should probably return to Thunderland to keep an eye on the resistance.
Very well.
There's still the matter
Then
of
out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalymo and I should probably return to Thunderland to keep an eye on the resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
That being said,
And what will you do, Alice?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities.
but I will suffer no titles. I am not here for house living, nor to walk in grandmother's shadow.
That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for house living, nor to walk in grandmother's
On that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think
Alfie.
another compliment.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my character.
Vacation.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you.
Vacation.
What now for the warrior of light?
The path behind us is fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm. I see before me faces of those.
Indeed.
But Ishtola, you're blind.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Your dialogue didn't change. She is still thirsty. Wind up Moonbreeder.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life...
My friends, I may. I would ask that you entrust us in our clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louis disciple, I would keep it close to him.
If I may, I would ask that you entrust
Pretty sus, but okay.
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louis' disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well.
There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
You again. Who would have thought that throwing them into a freaking cliff would not get rid of them permanently? And now Nero's up to some shit again. Yes. Help, I'm being mugged. Tataru, how could you? Can't believe my own friend Tataru.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alfred, so you may dispense with me.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
It is the very subject of those duties.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Eorzea's many troubles demand no less
Yes,
of our
but for
attention.
what exactly? We all have duties to
And
attend
while I
to,
stand
Alphonse,
by
so
the
you may
decision to
dispense with the
approach each
preamble.
task as we see fit.
Thank
I
you,
fear our
Alizé.
effectiveness will
It
ultimately
is the
be
very
diminished
subject of
if we
those
continue
duties
act
which
in
compelled me
ignorance
to
of
call
each
this
other's
gathering.
efforts. Thus, I
Though the
propose
warriors of darkness
we
no
elect a
longer pose a
successor
threat,
to Minfilia.
Eorzea's many
Not to
troubles
serve as
demand
a
no less of our
fully-fledged
attention.
antecedent, perhaps, but as a
And
coordinator
while I
of
stand by the
operations.
decision to approach each task as we see fit,
Is that
I fear
all?
our effectiveness will
Then the
ultimately be
decision seems
diminished
clear.
should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's
No
efforts.
one else has shown any
Thus, I
enthusiasm for the role,
propose
and judging by
we
your
elect a
performance at our previous
successor to
meeting, you
Minfilia.
seem the perfect candidate.
Not to serve as a
You
fully
always
fledged
did, let it
antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear.
I did not mean to. That was
No one
not
else has
my
shown any
intention.
enthusiasm for the role,
As
and
my
judging by
tenure
your
as
performance
commander
at
of
our
the
previous
Crystal
meeting,
Braves
you would seem the
comprehensively
perfect
demonstrated
candidate. You
I lack
always
the
did have a flair
qualities
for
required
politics.
for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers
I
step
did not
forward?
mean to.
Must we then
That
constrain
was
some
not my
unwilling
intention.
candidate to take up the
As
position?
my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves
Well,
comprehensively
based on merit
demonstrated,
alone,
I
a
lack the
certain
qualities
adventurer would be
required
my
for such an
choice.
office.
Though I
I would
concede
much
she might
prefer to
struggle
remain as I
balance
am
her new
now,
responsibilities
a soldier in the
with,
field,
let me
so to
see,
speak.
slaying rivals, thwarting the gate
Should none of our numbers step forward? Must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Sanctuary makes a good point. Any who would
Well,
wear such
based
a
on
mantle
merit
would be
alone,
bound by its
a certain
obligations.
adventurer would be my choice, though I concede she might struggle to
Sufficiently
balance her
familiar
new
with each other's
responsibilities
methods
with,
to act
let
without
me
an
see,
overseer.
slaying primals,
At
thwarting
present,
the
I see no
gateses,
cause
and
to so
feeding the
willingly
awful
limit
poor.
one of our number.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Sorry, are you all right?
Oh my goodness,
I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about. help her. Proud,
Tataru,
if you would.
are you all right?
Let's see about closing these wounds.
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did...
No,
Yashola!
it's not the bleeding, but
Please,
it may be
you
a while
have to
before
help
you can
her.
move about again. Though having seen your wounds...
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could.
Now,
Though I knew
we
it was more
staunched the
heavily
bleeding, but it
patrolled.
may be a while before you can move about again.
As you can see,
Though having
my
seen your
efforts at
wounds,
evasion were
I'm
not
surprised
entirely
you are still moving
successful.
at all.
Honestly, you're too afraid for your own good.
Thank you.
What was so urgent?
My
that you needed
message.
to fight half the
It
empire
was too
to get
important to
here?
delay.
You could have been killed.
I took the shortest route I could, though I knew
I'm
it was
sorry,
more heavily
Ida.
patrolled.
I have good reason.
As you can see,
Ah,
my efforts at
but I
evasion
imagine
were
your
not
friends
entirely
are wondering
successful.
who this bloody mess of a Mikote is.
Honestly, you're too brave
My
for
name
your
is
own
Minago,
good. What was
and I
so
belong to the
urgent that you
Alamegan
needed to fight
resistance.
half the empire to get here? You
I
could
came
have
to
been
warn Ida
killed.
and Paparimo about one of our leaders.
I'm sorry,
A
Ida.
man who calls himself
I had good
Griffin.
reason.
He's always been dangerous.
But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago,
Griffin, you
and I
say?
belong to the
I've heard the
Alamegan
name.
resistance.
Rumor has it your man is eager to test
I
his
came to warn
claws.
Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders.
And
A
I
man
know
who calls himself the Griffin.
these two assault Belsars
He's
fought
always
from
been
the
dangerous,
Alamegan side.
but he's planning something new. Something
But what
reckless.
does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from
The
such
Griffin,
an
you
attack?
say? I've heard the name.
From what I
Rumor has it
understand,
your man is eager
he
to
wants
test
the
his
fires of
claws.
war to spread to Eorzea.
Aye,
And for that,
and on no
he
easy
needs to
target.
control the border with
He means to
Gridania.
assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
So, he means to spark a conflict between
But
the
what
Alliance
does the Griffin
and
possibly
the
hope
Imperial
to gain
forces
from
stationed
such
in
an
Alamegan.
attack?
To have Eorzea's armies
From
aid in
what
the
I
liberation
understand,
effort, whether they
he
will
wants
or
the
no.
fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that,
His plan is
he needs to control the
even
border with
should the
Gridania.
resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to
So,
hold it.
He means
Imperial
to spark a
reinforcements would
conflict
drive
between
them
the
out within a
Alliance
week.
and the Imperial forces stationed in
Be
Alamigo.
that as it may,
To have
there
Eorzea's
is
armies
even a
aid in the
chance that this
liberation
scheme
effort,
could bring
whether
about
they will it or
escalation in
no.
hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire. The Alliance must
His
be
plan is
informed.
flawed. Even should the resistance succeed in
Agreed.
occupying the wall,
I
they would
should
not be
pass
able to
the
hold
Minister
it.
forthwith
Imperial
to seek
reinforcements
audience
would
with the
drive
Admiral.
them out within a week.
Tancred, Aldar is yours.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an
After the
escalation in
Alliance,
hostilities
make
between
haste to
Eorzea and the
Strasbourg
Empire,
and notify
the
Count
Alliance must be
Lucia of the
informed.
danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council
Agreed.
of the Alliance
I
leaders,
should
and
depart
you
for
must be ready to
Limsa
receive.
forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thank
You
you.
will be our voice in
Aldar
Ishgard.
is yours.
Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer.
So much for everybody doing their own thing.
I
She
leave
will
the
duly
care of
call
our
a
injured
council of
messenger
the
to you.
Alliance leaders.
Looks like we have a leader.
And her wounds closed.
You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send
I
an
believe that
envoy.
covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you.
I
See that she
suspect
remains
the
quiescent and
tidings
her
from
wounds closed.
Gridania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to
'Twas
a
Master
bloody
Louis
end.
Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to
The
be
business
ignored
of war
or denied.
was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas
So,
Master
I
Louis
shall
Soir
embrace
himself
them.
who taught us that
When the
such
time
costs are not
I
to
will
be
make my
ignored or
choice.
denied.
As you will yours.
And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
What have you guys got going on? I know lots of people just run from one quest to another without talking to the NPCs in between, but I like seeing what everybody says. You get more little bits of story that way. Wonder who we'll get. Yep. Fitting ride for the area. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Riding on a reindeer through the snow. They actually put a Manolane in charge of the garrison. Yeah, you really need to put that kid in charge and just step out of the way. Off to Gridania. Is that a bard? It is. Oh, I don't need to use the third. It's right there. Now we use it. Hello, Yugiri. And they really improved the shadows of the trees.
As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gear. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gear. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphinaud?
When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force.
Indeed, Elder Seetsier.
Resulting fighting is all but certain to
Comes
spill
directly
over
from a
into the
member
Black
of the
Shroud.
Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
The combined might of 3 grand
This
companies
Griffin
labors
of
to
theirs is a
contend with the
fool if he
remnants
thinks he
of
can
a
hold
single
Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force.
Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation
At the Battle of Cardo, the combined might of 3 grand companies laboured to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction.
Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
Elder Seetsier, I do hereby request leave to deploy defensive force within the borders of Gridania.
Deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. It is a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are
Elder
few,
Seetsier,
but our most
I do
seasoned
hereby request
shinobi
leave to
are
deploy
at your
defensive
disposal.
force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink
I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal. On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
Amigo will not soon be rested from the Empire. The decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, did you scout?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, did you scowl so?
Any attempt to hold
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available, indeed the only reasonable one.
For which he plays.
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if he have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
No, I don't think these conversations have changed yet. Yeah, they haven't. Speak with Alvino where? Oh, right behind me. Right, I was ignoring him to talk to everybody else first. Hello, Robin. And Hilda. Whoops.
Coming out of that cutscene into a fate makes it sound so much more dramatic. Okay. I could run it with NPCs, but it'll be faster to do it with actual people. So let's do it with people this time. I'm surprised it didn't go already. The new expansion introduced 2 new jobs, and both of them are DPS. And on most servers, most of the time, it has been healers that have been desperately in need. So queuing into a dungeon as a healer, or queuing into anything as a healer, has been popping immediately lately, ever since Dawn Trail dropped. So the fact that I've waited more than 5 seconds is kind of surprising. It must be tanks that's missing now. No, this says it needs healers.
yeah, Dawn Trail introduced Viper and Pictomancer. But we won't have a chance to even see those until level 80. Wow, why is it taking so long? There we go. Time to go beat up some Garleans. Turn the volume down a little bit. There we go. keep forgetting to actually turn down battle effects so that I can actually see what's going on instead of nothing but effects from everybody. Getting hit a lot. Moving platforms. So many guys. It's like we're assaulting an Imperial base or something. Weird, right? Oop. That extreme caution thing, you're supposed to like turn around and not move, or you get shot. I'm not sure which exactly thing it is, if it's the not moving or the turning around or both, but I don't know how many times I've gotten shot by that on other characters coming through this. So I just play it safe and don't move. Ah. Oh, they got ahead of me. Ooh, I got hit. That's no fun. Illbird. Oh. There was an eye symbol on him. That means look away. Like, actually turn your character around and don't look at him. Meet it. Oh no. My friend saved me. And we win.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Oh, everybody left before I could commend anybody.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
7 hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rolker. Grant us
There you are.
the strength.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not leave you
Cross.
Made you curious and for air should be even more.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
It has to end.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
Dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that?
How wonderful to see you,
We will help your soldiers
Commander.
to safety.
Illbird. I should have known.
The moment of my triumph, so close at hand.
This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand. You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat. They no longer bolted its
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes, and I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
What is it?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
There is one thing.
We will need hours to collect the necessary ether.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tibbs Marty, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
It is time to leave!
Don't you dare, Pabalimo! I know how that spell works.
No, if you're saying that, so am I. No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk. This must not end here, not like this.
It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No, if you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
Put me down! Back right! This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Oh, decisions.
No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away
Trust
with
your
you.
friends.
Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
Hilda! I think he means now!
Farewell again. See how good a student truly looks.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Already heard that part. Yep. Excuse me. School's out forever. We are so, so close to the actual start of Stormblood.
A word, if you would, sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
Am I to understand from your answer?
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Oh, Gridania, that's where we go.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Yes, sir. A Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
Being able to do that from within a seal, it's probably not a good thing.
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Fucking Nero. Oh my god.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanow since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame. Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed
No.
you follow, is it?
This is Nero.
What say you? Do we take this villain at his word? As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter
The other
Cartano
one.
and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
All right. Whoops, I missed Alize. Targeted wrong person. Tataru with the important questions.
Headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected more of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. Yet there's not so much as a single piece of architectural site.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter.
By your leave!
One Lord Urionshe.
Good God, that voice could fell a gig us.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urionshe. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urionshe came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
And I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame on my liege.
Mayhap that is so.
Or my duty.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You get it. You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
And may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oathbound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Yes, in fact, I do remember that. You're so, so close.
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive at Omega's control room.
Now, where was that?
You've been here before. What? No easy task of threading a path through all the skirmishes. How can I...
I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
You may trust in my preliminary exam.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
It's like all my 9 days of camouflage.
for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
The scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Grosseto. Samurai of Doma. You will rule your choice of opponent this day. I am Grosseto. Samurai of Doma. You will rule your choice of opponent this day.
Whoop. Bunch of little mooks. That grin. Boom. I miss my Magitech armor. That was fun. I win.
Sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the primal at Belsar's wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
Yeah, this won't. There's no way this could go badly either.
Simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to
much for us to waste this chance utterly alone. So this is fine. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Not quite the same kind of dragon as Bahamut. I'm sure that's fine.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
That mark is the mark of an Archon. It's a Charlene thing. That means hers was fake. All this coughing. And it's still way better than it was. I love that Rabon won't use his name. He's trapped.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that the biggest curse that the Cardinal shook the very firmament.
We need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative
My
safety.
friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
terrible force.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. The bird all but announced it in the moment of his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her. But perhaps she would welcome some company after all.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she welcomes some company after all. Shall we?
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
I knew the spell that would be meant to cast the drain away.
Ida.
It would only buy us a little time.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain. Oh, there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
20 years ago, on the day
But there
that
is.
I marched into
I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old.
and my sister had fought alongside him.
My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for arms and moms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
That seems hurtful to ask. Like, no good can come of asking something like that.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Made it to the end. After the credits, there will be another cutscene, and that will be truly the end of Heaven's Word and all of the patch content. And then we will be in Stormblood proper. So it's Lise, not Ida. Almost through credits. Damn it, Alphino. You couldn't wait. far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. And there is where we stop. Because when I accept that next quest, let's start Stormblood. So, it is later than I intended to go. I forgot how long some of those cutscenes were. But we made it. We're here. So, good night. Thanks for watching.